great defensive play. That'll get you more playing time, especially the way he's been hitting the ball. And you see Chris Bolstad very pleased.
Nick Johnson. I've got a good number on Nick. A couple of numbers, actually. Since he took over the number 2 spot 3 games ago, he is 7 for 13. Batting average up to 371. Nick always has a great on base average to go with that, although he hasn't really walked much early. But his on base average is 436, and there he goes again. So as a number 2 hitter, Nick Johnson's now batting 571.
He is a big young man, 6'8", about 230, sweet 16. This is his first 16 starts in the major leagues, a below 3 ERA, and he was the first round 16th overall pick, 05, right out of high school. Last year he started the year in Double-A, shot all the way up to the major leagues and finished 6-4 with a 2.8.
That was in 15 appearances, 14 starts. Ryan Zimmerman takes a running fastball inside corner. Ryan's had a good series. He's 4 for 10. He's hit in 8 straight games and 9 of the first 10 this season. Yesterday, by the way, only the second time the Nats have been under 10 hits in a game. Little flare, right center. That ball is down, blocked by Cody Ross. Alert base running by Nick Johnson. He's at third base with 1 out. Good things happen when you go the other way and stay on the ball.
Well, we started off great yesterday, Bob. 6 runs in the first 2 innings. Right here, you see a ball on the inner half. Ryan Zimmerman goes down and drives it the other way. Cody Ross cannot make the play, and heads up running right here. Watch Nick Johnson. Halfway, might catch it, doesn't catch it. Kind of kicks it around, and he hustles on over to third base. The one thing, Nick Johnson may not have great speed, but he's a good base runner. And even in that number 2 hole, he hasn't hurt us with his, maybe he won't be stealing a lot of bases, but he goes well first to third.
And a big spot for Adam Dunn, who's hit 3 home runs. Driven in 11. The Marlins have pitched him well in this series. He does not have a hit. He's walked 3 times, 14 times on the year. That ties him with Manny Ramirez of the Dodgers for the league lead, and his on-base average is 3rd best in the league at 500. They can't shift too much on the infield here. Breaking ball, and there's a base running play by Zimmerman. Nick Johnson and Ryan Zimmerman showing you do not have to be the fastest runners on the team to run the bases well.
Well, this is heads up right here. Ryan Zimmerman's watching the pitch. It gets in front of the catcher. He can't come up with it cleanly, and Ryan Zimmerman hustles to second. You will never see a manager get upset over hustle. Even if it's a base running error and he's trying to stretch a single into a double, you can't get upset over hustle.
Firestone, a tradition of innovation. First inning runs, Baltimore has 13. The Nats are right behind him. The hard-hitting Texas Rangers and the talented Chicago Cubs. Two and 0 to Dunn. Dangerous count. And the pitcher did not give in to him. That was a tailing fastball off the plate, 91.
Well, Ryan's got to start looking, especially early in the count, Bob, for breaking balls. They've been just throwing a ton of curveballs and changeups. First pitch strike against him. Volstad didn't get ahead, but there you saw another off-speed pitch.
Good eye, 3-1.
If I said Ryan, I meant Adam Dunn. But Adam's such a big, strong guy, and he likes to take a pitch to see what the guy's throwing, so they're just lobbing in curveballs and changeups. If he starts crushing those, they'll stop that.
Nats had the bases loaded first inning yesterday. 3-1 pitch with 1 out. And Dunn takes it, and the sacks are juiced for Elijah Dukes. Elijah Dukes has not hit a career grand slam. Austin Kearns had 1 going into this first inning yesterday. And right now Elijah wants to put a good swing on it, hit the ball solidly, get a run or 2 or more home. Nasty breaking ball. He offered, appeared to hold up. Dukes in this series 1 for 6 with a walk. That was a double in the 10th inning. That laser shot that stuck in the left field wall Friday night. There's a great swing to center. That ball is down. Everybody will move up 90 feet and the Nationals take the lead. And they've hit the ball extremely hard against Chris Volstad so far.
There you see the Exmo right there, the head down, a beautiful swing. He just drives it right back up the middle, doesn't try to do too much. Great approach there by Elijah Dukes. 1-0 RBI single.
Now, I've seen a player hit 2 grand slams in the same inning. I've never seen one hit a grand slam 2 days in a row in the same inning. But Austin Kearns is waiting after this conference.
Well, and it's also having the right approach. That was a great approach by Elijah. I was going to say before he even swung, best case scenario, base hit, maybe in the gap, you get a couple of runs in. Worst case scenario, fly ball deep enough in the outfield to score a run from third. Having the right approach is everything right now for the Nationals.
Situation just like this. Yeah, 1 run was in, Rob, and the bases were still loaded.
Well, and Josh Johnson was scuffling with his command fastball, and he tried to sneak a curveball over there. Didn't get in there, and he crushed it.
When you count the inning opening, the line drive by Anderson Hernandez out to center, the Nationals have stung the ball 4 times here.
Well, we would say on the bench, he's not tricking them.
Right. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And if you see his nice mechanics and the way he follows through, he was taught by Jim Palmer as a youngster. Proper mechanics, how to hold the baseball, so he got some great tutelage from the Hall of Famer Jim Palmer.
There's a base hit to left. Zimmerman scores. Dunn stops at third. The merry-go-round is spinning, and the Nats lead 2-0. Somebody in the Florida dugout's probably saying we got him right where we want him. Let's hope not.
This is Austin Kearns, another great approach. He gets a breaking ball right there. He stays on it, keeps the hands back, and just shoots it through the hole between short and third. Not trying to do too much. Take what the pitcher gives you. Hit that ball hard on the ground.
Kearns in this series now 2 for 6 with 2 RBIs. Still only 1 out, and here's Jesus Flores. Jesus has had 2 hits in this series. He wants to hit the ball in the air because he's a double play guy. If Volstad can get a ground ball.
Once again, though, you want a pitch you could drive out there for at least an RBI.
Flores has 1 career grand slam. May 28th of last year at San Diego off Mike Adams. Pretty good rip. Jesus, yeah, that's the thing about him. He likes the National League East. He's always hit well inside the division. Got a piece of that one. Held on by Baker. 2 outs.
Well, and you can see a little bit of difficulty with pitching in this division or any division because you face a team so many times. This is the 2nd time in a week Volstad has faced our lineup. It's the same thing with Johnson, Velasco. It goes the same thing for our guys. But it's not like you came up with a new pitch in the last 7 days. So if you did your homework and you were watching the game the last time you played against this guy, you know what he has in his arsenal. You got to make some proper adjustments.
Alberto Gonzalez in this series, 3 hits with an RBI. He has also scored a run. How nice would it be to see him drive in another run or two and get the pitcher to the plate here in the first inning? Close. Ball 2. Well, if you're a pitcher, you want that call.
But he's been struggling with hitting his spots, and the umpire's not going to give you too many.
That's going to maybe turn that at bat around for this small contact hitter. He's got to take that one. Ball 3. So at third base is Adam Dunn, who walked. Then the next two guys drove in runs with singles, Elijah Dukes and Austin Kearns. Flores has struck out, and now it's 3-0 on the number 8 man with Daniel Cabrera. 0 for 17 career with 17 Ks.
Nice big hole between second and first.
Probably ended up a ball, but it sure looked like a strike for a long time.
Too close to take, and he knows who's behind him on deck. I have no problem with him hacking. Did you say 0 for 17 with 17 strikeouts?
Yeah, but he does have a sacrifice bunt. Gonzalez, a little tapper, but that's foul. Hit his foot. But if he loses Gonzalez, Daniels due.
My first 4 seasons in the big leagues, I did not get a hit. I was 0 for 20.
Who'd you get for the first one?
Jeremy Hernandez. The next day, they sent him down.
Wow.
If Dibble can hit you, you're not a big league pitcher. We're sending you back to the minor leagues. More seasoning.
3-2. He threw him a strike, and it's tapped by Gonzalez. Foul over to Pat Listash. It's going to be at least a 30 pitch first inning for Chris Volstad. When the Nationals faced him on April 8th, it took him 92 pitches to get through 5 innings. He keeps pumping strikes, and Gonzalez keeps spoiling them. And that increases the odds of him missing here somewhere along the line.
Well, that's pitch number 30. We did that to Josh Johnson yesterday, and you saw how that turned out.
Josh Johnson
get 35 off of him.
Josh told me this morning he pulled out his changeup after that first 2 innings, and things got a lot better for him. Alberto is taking a beating, but he's still alive.
It's like a Timex watch.
Yeah. Still ticking.
Take a licking and keep on ticking. Here's the Exmo. This foul ball. And if you're sitting in your living room, probably hurts you just as much as it does him.
It's perfectly placed shin guard, though.
Yeah. Well, he must know he fouls a lot off the inner part of his front foot.
Another strike, and the pitcher makes a great play to knock it down. That ball was in center field, but only for a moment. The Nationals get a couple of runs, hit the ball extremely hard, everybody hitting line drives, and a good first inning for the Nats against a good young pitcher. Volstad kept it from being a 4-0 game. And the Nats oft injured. We're thinking, how can we have as many injuries as last year? If anything, more so far.
We're almost averaging a guy on the DL per loss.
Nationals double-digit hits almost every day. And Adam Dunn has an 11-game on-base streak with his walk here today. Ugla, Hermida, and Ross for the Marlins against Cabrera. Dan Ugla in this series 1 for 10. Hanley Ramirez and Dan Ugla in this series have 2 total bases. That's a good running fastball. Came back to get the corner. And it's 0-2.
I would have no problem with Cabrera if he just went 6 innings and threw nothing but fastballs. Just challenge everybody.
Breaking ball. Tapper to Zimmerman.
That'll work.
And Ryan's looking a whole lot more aggressive with his throws now. We're not seeing him take 2 or 3 hops. Obviously, Friday night was a wake-up call for Ryan, and his throwing the last 2 days has been very good, very straight. So Cabrera, first 5 hitters, everybody making contact. The only hard hit ball really was John Baker's line drive to Nick Johnson. Jeremy Hermida next, coming off a career day. And the Marlins have thought this guy would be a star for a number of years. He's a former first rounder, 11th overall player, taken in 02, but he's had a lot of injuries. In 06, a hip flexor got him. In 07, he was out a month and a half with a bone bruise in his right knee. And then he hit 340 in the second half, 249 last year. Not the average they expected, but some of the power was there with 17 home runs and 22 doubles. He's out of that great youth baseball hotbed in Atlanta, Georgia. Fastball up. 2-2.
Last pitch from Daniel Cabrera right there, 90 miles an hour. Just let it fly. You got to believe in your stuff. You got to believe they can't hit it.
That was unhittable, but blockable by Jesus Flores.
Did you just say that was unhittable?
Yeah. But my point was he made a great block. That ball probably bounced 8 feet in front of home plate.
Jeez, probably knocked the wind out of him.
And those breaking balls have that reverse English on them. All right, you're up 2-0. 3-2. Throws him a fastball, but he misses. Boy, horrible news on Roger Bernardina. Fractured his right ankle yesterday on this fantastic play.
You see him go off the wrong leg to make a great catch, and then he comes down on that right ankle right there, comes down hard, twists it, and he fractures the right ankle. They had to put 2 screws in there. They expect him to be at least running in the next couple of months and maybe back in action in 3 to 4 months.
How about those x-rays?
There's the pins going up and shattered ankle.
Such a good kid, such a shame he'd only been up in the major leagues, back from the minors for a couple of days.
Well, and like you said, he worked on shortening his swing. Defensively, he's outstanding, but we brought this kid Maxwell up. I watched him today. We just keep the talent coming. You know, Rob, wait till you see him play center field. Zimmerman, Hernandez, right around the horn, and the Nats a perfect 5-4-3 double play. Washington turns its 10th twin killing of the year. Cabrera hops to the dugout. Very nice defense there.
So, Debbie Taylor, let's get a little offensive today.
Well, you know what, Bob? After last night's game, a lot of the players talked about the need for a killer instinct. Ryan Zimmerman said, hey, if we're up 5-0, 6-0, we can't just coast. Not that we're trying to do that, but we need to get that killer instinct and continue to pour it on. And today I asked Manny Acta about those words, and he said, listen, as soon as we start winning, those comments are going to disappear. Nick Johnson echoed those words, and Austin Kurtz told me, hey, winning takes care of a lot of things.
Well, those are veteran guys who know that, and I think Ryan Zimmerman would be considered a veteran on this ball club now. You know, and Nick Johnson told Rob Dibble and I, he said, I messed up that pop-up yesterday. We defended Nick, looking right into the sun, thought Hernandez might call him off, but Nick's a stand-up guy, and he took full responsibility for that drop that led in an unearned run, which later turned out to be very costly. And that's what you expect of a true professional like Nick. I also told him that I nominated him for the Vezina Trophy yesterday for his goaltending during this series. And now Daniel Cabrera is 0 for 18 with 18 Ks. That's one out, bottom of the second, top of the order now, Hernandez and Johnson. Just beyond the 2 o'clock hour, kind of looks like the sun's trying to peek out from behind the clouds. It is a nice day at the ballpark right now, but any fly ball heading for left field is going to get lots of help if you can get it up in the jet stream. Anderson Hernandez stung the ball first time on a line drive caught by Alfredo Amezaga. Dan Uggla's got this grounder, 2 quick outs. Now Nick Johnson, 8 for 14 in the number 2 hole now over 3+ games. I think he's going to like sitting in there.
Well, I talked to a lot of upper management people today, and if you're going to change the culture, the losing culture here, you have to make some of these guys uncomfortable on this team. They were comfortable losing 102 games last year. They cannot be comfortable with this 1-9 start. So put a few of these guys in the hot seat, and maybe they'll play a little harder.
And I know our fans in Maryland, some of the Terrapin fans, are looking forward to seeing Justin Maxwell. But Manny said, look, I've got veteran guys I need to take care of and get at bats for and get playing time. We will see Justin, but he probably won't get that many starts while he's here. That's a fair ball called by Mark Wegner, and the Nats are gone quickly in the bottom of the second. Leading, though, 2-0. Neil, come on down during the month of April. College students receive 50% off tickets valued at $10 or more Monday through Thursday non-premium games. Just bring your ID. 1 ticket per ID here at the box office. Day of game, 50% off, and get your red on at nationals.com or 888-632-NATS. Top of the third, strike one to Alfredo Amezaga. This is a guy you would love to see off base with the pitcher coming up. The Nats have nailed him trying to steal in the series. He's 4 for 12. Started the season on the DL, but he's always been a pest.
A thorn in our side.
31 years of age, 253 career hitter in 7 major league seasons with the Angels, Rockies, Pirates, and Marlins. Born in Mexico, went to high school in Miami, St. Pete Junior College. And the wind will just blow that thing way out of play. Well, the Atlanta Braves are in a better mood. Actually leading at Pittsburgh today 3-0. Those might be the first runs they've scored there this weekend. The Pirates have the best ERA in the league at 2.63.
Their young pitchers are finally coming of age. They have some good ones there. Snell and Duke. And that's Maholm.
That's a good
Maholm.
That's a good pitcher's park if you can keep them from pulling the ball down the right field line. Very spacious right center over to left field there.
I mean, they traded Xavier Nady and Jason Bay last year, but they got about 8 guys in return. 8 very talented guys. So stockpiling talent. A lot like the Orioles and the Marlins and the Tampa Bay Rays.
3-2. Can't walk this guy. Throws him a strike. And a Amezaga. Oh, nice play. Stays alive. 3-2. Brewers and Mets are tied early at 1. Those Indians are scoring again. 3 runs at New York already against the Yankees. Talked to a writer, Mel Antonin, who's at the ballpark today. He was in the park yesterday for that 14-run inning at Yankee Stadium.
Ken Rosenthal was in there too. I don't know how those guys made it out of there.
It was a cacophony of booing. That was the most runs ever scored in 1 inning in the city of New York. 14.
Balls are flying out of there like it's batting practice.
Pitch number 9 from Cabrera to this pesky number 8 hitter, Alfredo Amezaga. Well hit, well played. Hernandez. Bottom line is it's an out, and Daniel kept throwing strikes. I can't tell you early in the game what a big key that is, keeping him off base, letting Volstad hit with the bases empty. Well, because the Marlins will probably drive him in.
3-2. Cabrera doing exactly what Bob Carpenter said. Do not walk this guy with the pitcher on deck. Let him put it in play. Let your defense help you. And there you saw that Hernandez came up with the play. You just have to believe in it, Bob. You have to believe what you just said and understand that there's a guy on deck that should be an easy out for you. So go after the first guy.
Volstad 0 for 4 this year, 3 for 30 career with 17 Ks, and he just hits that ball extremely hard.
I want to get back to Amezaga. He had 12 home runs coming into today in 1,274 major league at bats. You have to know, even if you lay one down Broadway, he's not going to take you deep.
Yeah.
So why would you walk that guy with the pitcher on deck? But then again, we got Lou Gehrig in the pitcher spot today.
That looked like Don Drysdale or Tony Cloninger swinging right there. Top of the order, Emilio Bonifacio flied out to center first time up.
CC Sabathia or Carlos Sobrano.
Tony Cloninger still the only major league pitcher to hit 2 grand slams in the same game.
I think the late Joe Nuxhall had like 15 home runs in his career.
Bob Gibson was a great hitter. Drysdale might have been the best of them all.
Late Don Drysdale was just such a wonderful man. Whenever he would speak, especially to myself, he was like E.F. Hutton. Because when he was
like talking to John Wayne
and pitching. Oh, exactly.
If a baseball player reminded you of John Wayne, it was Don Drysdale. Left field. Off the bat of Bonifacio. Dunn was playing over that way. Adam has it. 2 outs. And Bonifacio is having a nightmare in this series. He's now 0 for his last 17. Hey, you Nats fans, when it comes to tickets, you deserve Major League service. Log on to StubHub, official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace on Nationals.com. The Braves are coming. Mass in HD tomorrow night, Mass in 2 on Tuesday, Wednesday, before we move on to New York. Jordan Zimmermann, the debut long awaited against Derek Lowe tomorrow night. Chiron Martis, Kenshin Kawakami Tuesday. John Lannon, Jair Jurgens Wednesday. And the Braves will be coming off a series loss at Pittsburgh. They're trying to salvage one today. And leading 3-0, top of the second. Catcher John Baker, wide open stance. Looks like a dead pull hitter, doesn't he?
Looks like he's hoping for something on the inner half.
So the Nats set up away.
Nice.
Baker in the series 1 for 6 with a solo home run here on Friday night.
I still believe Cabrera should come up with some kind of slider or cut fastball, because there's such a differential in pitch recognition with these guys and him. That big curved, slow curve ball and his 90+ mile-an-hour fastball just doesn't work together.
So there's nothing that he throws that appears to be a fastball but isn't.
Yeah. I mean, you would like a guy that throws as hard as he does, that has to go through the order 3 times, to have more than just that fastball and that slow curve, which he has trouble locating most of the time.
Yeah.
If you can't throw that curve 7 out of 10 times for a strike, put it on a shelf somewhere.
That one came curving in a little bit low, evidently.
This is Daniel's release point right here on the Exmo. 6'9". He's throwing downhill on these guys, and you see the knuckle curve that he throws. The knuckle behind the ball, the middle finger on top of the ball. Right elbow to left knee.
That's well hit left field. Dunn over, and he cannot get it. The pitcher will come around and score. Maybe. Throw home, too high, offline. Fortunately hits the backstop, but that'll have to be an error on Gonzalez, allowing the batter to go to third base. And Alberto Gonzalez has made another error. Adam Dunn gave that an effort. Tailing away from him, it's now a 2-1 game.
Well, Daniel Cabrera firing fastballs away. John Baker takes that ball left field. The Exmo, a wonderful shot of Adam Dunn's effort. Cannot come up with the ball, but he does come up with it quick. A good relay here from your shortstop. You have a shot at the pitcher right there, but he throws it into the camera well. Here you see 6'8" Chris Volstad lumbering around the bases. Fundamentals, gentlemen, fundamentals.
What the Nats did there, if Cabrera throws a breaking ball in the dirt, you've given the other team a run if it gets away. So now with Hanley Ramirez up there, Cabrera will work off the full windup. No stretch. Getting a strike and getting ahead.
He's got 2 outs, whatever he's most comfortable with. Just has to remember that if the guy takes off, you get a step off.
Oh, he had to go, yeah. Peel. Mark Wegner says yes. No balls, 2 strikes. I have never seen Hanley Ramirez this out of sync in a series.
No, it's in his head now. Once you start thinking about mechanics as a hitter, it's just like a pitcher. He has to get back to just looking at the pitches and trying to hit them.
1-2 now.
And there's that curveball again. I mean, it's a pitch. We even talked about this in spring training when we talked to Manny Active. He wants guys that can throw at least 2 pitches for strikes at will to go through the lineup 3 times.
Now he's overthrowing.
This guy's not one of them.
The Nationals have made 13 errors in just over 10 games. There's that breaking ball in the dirt. Flores blocked it. He had him 0-2, and now it's 3-2. This is all because of a pitcher's base hit with 1 out. Target in. That's hard hit. Gonzalez picks it, throws on target, and that was a good play by Alberto. The Nats give up a run, but they still have the lead. 3, 4, and 5. Zimmerman done, and Dukes coming right up. The Nationals honor them with seeding every night. And let's go back to the first inning where the Nats really brought the bats to the yard early today. Dukes the RBI single. Kearns would follow with 1. They had a chance for a big inning, but Jesus Flores struck out. And then Alberto Gonzalez, an apparent base hit up the middle, knocked down by the pitcher, and the Nats settled for 2.
Jesus Flores in the spot that he's in, and he's a contact guy, has to start putting balls in play. You saw him take 3 fastballs the other night from Lindstrom.
Yeah.
Your job's to put the ball in play, put pressure on the defense, and he's just not getting it done.
Jesus has struck out 13 times now in 29 official at bats.
Yeah, just work on making contact, and then the rest will take care of itself. But like I said, sometimes just a ground ball up the middle scores a run. A fly ball to the outfield, RBI scores a run. That's stuff that helps your team win.
Ryan Zimmerman, base hit to right center, first time up. He now has a 9-game hitting streak and has hit safely in 10 of the first 11 games of the year. His batting average nearing 300. Ryan hit 283 last year. 266 in 07, 287 in his remarkable first full year of 06. That's when he hit those 20 homers and drove in 110.
Well, you want to take a few pitches in this inning too. Volstad was just running around the bases, make this guy work a little bit longer. He's already up to 44 pitches here in the 3rd inning. Maybe we can get him out by the 5th inning again, like we did the first start.
Yeah, he'll throw a lot of pitches. And after a long pause, the crew chief, Jeff Kellogg, will call Zimmerman out.
Well, remember, it's coming from 6'8" downhill. Look at that plane right there to Ryan Zimmerman. Ryan thinks it's low. I think it's low. The pitch tracks. Almost thinks it's low, but the umpire rings him up. And I'll just say this right now so you hear it. If you're going to give those pitches, give them to our guy. Stay consistent.
Adam Dunn walked first time. Away, away, away. They've been working him in this series. He's been on base 4 times with walks, but 0 for 6. So they've really kept him from doing any damage.
Well, they want to see him. Look at his stance. I mean, he's got the pull stance. They play him to pull, but they want to see him beat them away. And until you show that you can start driving the ball in the left center, left field, they'll keep pitching him away.
And they'll come up and in to show him and bend him over.
And they may throw a breaking ball down and in, but they're not going to give him anything that he could drive.
Right up there with Albert Pujols and A-Rod as the top home run hitter last 4 years.
See him tie his hands up right there with a fastball right on the hands. Do not want Adam Dunn to get full extension.
4 baseball players and a hitter on that list. I know how you feel about the DH. and I totally agree with you. 2-2 to Dunn. He will reach out and hit that ball hard up the middle. That's a real nice swing by a big man. And Adam has his first base hit of this series. So the Nats are back at it. They had 5 men aboard in the first.
Well, Adam makes a great adjustment right here. You see that changeup going away from him by Chris Bolstad. It's a great camera shot from behind him. And then there it is right there. The circle change. You see the rotation going away from Adam Dunn. Great Exmo, guys. And then he just drives it into left center because that's all you can do with that pitch. Now, if he tried to pull that, it would have been a ground ball to the right side.
Yeah. I told Austin Kearns about the Exmo we had of his swing yesterday. Getting that grand slam way out in front like hitters like to. And he said, I'd kind of like to have a look at that.
Well, this week we're going to make Ryan Zimmerman break down our Exmo that we've caught him making some defensive plays in the field and his swing. They might think it's like the X-Men. I mean, these are young guys. I don't know if they're into all the technology we are. We're old. We have old eyes. We need the Exmo.
Our outstanding director, Doug Yulacki, tells me 900 frames per second. What's normal, like 30?
You're asking me?
I think a normal speed's 30 frames a second.
I felt good about the old number 1.
We've come a long way since my dad's Polaroid, I'll tell you that.
There's Neil working the Exmo. Hey, Neil, is that camera heavy?
And Debbie, of course, giving whenever he needs technical advice. Debbie's right there. 32 pounds, we're told that camera weighs.
It's about the size of my head.
Just wait till July and August, buddy.
Yep.
That's a neat piece of equipment.
Well, we got to get some Exmo of Bob combing his hair.
Come on. Hey, at least mine moves.
Hey, having to be on HD, I've learned how to put makeup on and hairspray. It's not as nasty as you think.
Yeah.
Hey.
2-1 to Dukes. I saw Dr. Cullen this morning. He said, "You look thinner." I said, "You've been watching us on HD, haven't you?"
I think a lot of people look thinner next to me.
3 balls and a strike to Dukes now as Volstad continues to throw lots of pitches. 32 first inning, 40 through 2, and he's up in the mid-50s now.
Double nickel.
And Dukes looking to rip it, turns on it, and Pat Listash no interest in fielding that one.
You notice our coaches have their pants pulled up high. They're trying to change the luck around here.
Oh, yeah. And Listash across from Mr. Birthday Weekend, Marquise Grissom.
Our general manager, Mike Rizzo, shaved the goatee off today.
Man,
see, everybody's superstitious.
Dukes takes ball 4, 2 on, 1 out. And a big spot again for Austin Kearns. Second walk of the day by Chris Volstad. April 20th, that's tomorrow. The Braves are coming. And don't forget about T-Shirt Tuesday. The first 10,000 fans here Tuesday night, April 21. A free Reds Natstown T-shirt presented by Tickets.com. Elliot Yamin from American Idol will be here to sing the anthem. He'll sign autographs. 888-632-NATS, Nationals.com. And again, we want to emphasize to you, this year we have sizing on the T-shirt. So if you bring the kids, we've got medium, large, and extra large for you to choose from.
Huge Elliot Yamin fan.
And we know a lot of our fans are huge T-shirt fans. Get your red on.
I have this whole album collection.
Good for you. A medley of his greatest hit?
Yes. How about that Barry Manilow thing, though, from 1975?
Yeah, they had him on the scoreboard a minute ago.
That's great. I could see your hair like that back in the 70s.
Yeah. No, Mandy, that was a great song. It wasn't fast enough to dance fast to, but it wasn't slow enough to dance slow. It was kind of in between, you know?
Well, and I went to a Catholic junior high, and they'd always be putting their hands in between you on the slow dances. Leave enough room for the Holy Ghost?
Okay. How about enough room for a gapper right here?
Like that.
2-0 to Kearns with 2 on, 1 out. And now Volstad continues to struggle. Ball 3.
Yeah, he's up to 60 pitches now, averaging 20 an inning here in the third inning. This last pitch here on the pitch tracks, just a bit outside.
You want your RBI guys to be aggressive. So if this is a similar pitch, Austin Kearns will be pumping. He's not necessarily looking to walk here.
No, but remember, Volstad ran the bases. We're trying to wear him out a little bit more. Get a great pitch to hit right here.
That's not anything to swing at, and the bases are loaded. A 1-out hit, 2 walks, and another spot for Jesus Flores. And we documented his contact problems a few minutes ago after Jesus struck out with the bases loaded, 1 out back in the first. And this is a crazy game. Here you are 2 innings later, and you're right back in the same situation.
Well, Mark Wiley wearing out a path to the pitcher's mound here in the first couple of innings, giving his pitcher a little breather.
You know, and some would think pitching for the Florida Marlins could be fairly simple as far as the formula goes, because you know these guys are going to score you some runs. So don't leave them standing around out there too long. You want this club with the bats in their hands.
Remember, a pitcher's worst enemy is himself. And once you start doubting your pitches and thinking you're not getting this over, I can't locate this breaking ball, I can't locate my changeup, you're your own worst enemy. You start really losing your command because you're losing your concentration.
Big spot for Flores again. The Marlins have just scored. The lead was cut in half, and now a chance to regain some momentum. And that backup breaking ball almost hit him.
Well, sometimes you try to, and we've explained this before, you throw breaking balls to keep that front shoulder locked in a little bit longer to try to get you mechanically back in tune.
And that's a tardy swing. Dunn singled up the middle with 1 out. Elijah Dukes would walk. Austin Kearns would walk. And the bases are loaded with 1 out.
And I talked to a lot of really good hitters today, including a very big clutch hitter, Ray Knight. You have to have the approach sometimes. Just go up there looking for 1 pitch.
A breaking ball. It was hanging up there.
So if Volstad cannot locate a breaking ball, you're not going to look for that one. You're going to look for that 89, 90 mile an hour heater. And if he drives it to the outfield deep enough, it's a run. Rick Eckstein talked about having an approach, having a game plan coming up to the plate.
And the way that he is swinging, I think it's real obvious Jesus Flores is just not picking up the ball right now. 2 of those 3 swings were very targeted.
Now this is the sequence. This is a bad breaking ball. You know he can't locate a breaking ball, so you got to look fastball. 89, right in the inner half, misses it. Fouls off a big breaking ball. That would have been a ball. And then he swings at another ball in the dirt. So it's really struck out on 4 pitches 2 straight times with runners in scoring position.
Here's Gonzalez, up to him again. We thought Alberto had singled in a situation like this, but Volstad, with that big frame, somehow got in front of the ball, made a good play to end that 2-run first inning.
I mean, even a slow topper to the shortstop would have been an RBI right there.
That's a hot shot, but it's right at Bonifacio. He'll take the force. And the Nationals are passing up opportunities. We hope they are not costly later. The dealer for great leases and low financing. Well, that ball just not rolling the right way so far. Some lack of contact really hurting in these bases loaded situations. So the middle innings are over. Here we go to the middle 3. And at the top of the 4th, Ross Glode leads off after flying out to center. Daniel Cabrera throws a strike, his 48th pitch of the day, 29 strikes. And he's now thrown first pitch strikes to 8 of 13 hitters.
And maybe this is the kind of game that he needs to get going, where he has to have a well-pitched game through 6 or 7 innings to help his ball club win a game.
Well, the Phillies are trailing again. Padres got 3 early against them. The Phils have lost 3 in a row. They're 4-6. And going home for a very emotional weekend after the passing here Monday of Harry Callis. It's been a very difficult week for the Phillies. Had the Nats taken care of business this weekend, they'd be right on their heels. 2-2 to Ross Glode. Ugla Hermida to follow here in the 4th.
Well, can't be too good over there with the Los Angeles Angels losing Nick Aidenhart.
Yeah.
One of their players, his girlfriend, another friend, 3 people lost their lives that night.
They're 4-7. Red Sox are playing better. They've won 3 in a row. They're trying to get back to the 500 mark today. And there's Cabrera ahead of Glode. Then he walks in to lead off the inning. All right, we have another installment of trivia today. Anytime now, buddy. Hanley Ramirez, the 4th to reach at least 75 homers and 125 steals in a 3-year span. Who are the other 3? That's like 40 steals a year. I know Barry Bonds has done a lot of 30-30. Alfonso Soriano might be a candidate on that list.
What about Ricky Henderson?
Man, that's interesting.
Hall of Famer.
And I guess that doesn't mean a 3-year span to begin a career, right? Like Ramirez?
I don't know. Bring the duck back. Test him.
Cabrera's lost home plate here. Well hit to left. Dunn. He's got it.
Nice.
Adam Dunn with those big legs churning, taking a double, maybe more away from Dan Uggla. Best play the big man's made so far.
Well, Adam Dunn gets a great jump on this smash by Uggla. Reaches out, makes a great catch, saves at least a double, maybe an RBI. Here's the X-Mo of the big man running. Ah, sweet leather. Very nice. Pitcher's best friend.
That's an outstanding play, and a ball hit extremely hard and probably off the bat of the right-hander, hooking on him some. Jeremy Hermida walked first time. Cabrera with a good off-speed pitch.
Well, here's the key to that. Instead of walking that guy, he's back on the bench. This is Jeremy Hermida. This is a good breaking ball right here. You're behind 1-0, and he throws it. Same arm slot as a fastball. And Hermida misses it.
That ball gashed out to center. Here comes Dukes, and he's got it. Two outstanding plays. And maybe Cody Ross is going to hit one over to Austin Kearns. You know, the Nationals, almost all of their errors, and in fact, I think every one of them has been on the infield.
Well, when they have too much time to think about it.
There has been nothing wrong with the outfield defense so far.
This is a smash. Dying line drive right here. The X-Mo picking up the beauty of this slide by Elijah Dukes as he hangs on.
Adam Dunn has one error, and that's the only one in the outfield. And that, of course, did not happen today. So 2 outs, that runner still at first, and here's Cody Ross. So this has to really buoy the confidence of Daniel Cabrera. Cody Ross 2 for 11 in the series with that home run in the 9th inning on Friday.
Yeah, even a blind squirrel finds a nut every now and then.
Now, that was a breaking ball that he snuck into the first row just inside the foul pole. Evidently, the Pirates have gotten the Braves' attention. Atlanta just scored 3 more in the 4th to lead 6-0 there. And the Brewers lead in the 5th inning at New York 2-1 now. Here's where Daniel doesn't need to come back and walk the next guy.
Got 2 outs right here.
I'd rather pitch to Cody Ross than Alfredo Amezaga because that guy will put the ball in play. And Amezaga with 2 men on. Dangerous. A 4-pitch walk, second in the inning. This inning is a microcosm of Daniel Cabrera's career.
The last pitch, but when you're not around the plate and you're just a little bit off, the umpire's not going to give them close to you, or the pitches that are close to the zone. You see Randy St. Clair.
Amezaga hit the ball hard, lined out to Hernandez at second, his first time up. Sequence of signs coming now with a runner looking in from second, so the battery will visit. Amezaga, you might remember, fouled off a bunch of pitches, and then he lined out hard to second, a 9-pitch at bat. Cabrera's pitch count was pretty low through 2. He had a long 3rd with 26, and he's made this a long 4th inning. Daniel only threw 21 pitches, 13 strikes to get his first 6 outs. Here's a Meziga, 0-2. Why don't you drop by massinsports.com, ask about the Nats. We'd love to talk about your email on the air. Here's the 0-2. Ross Glode walked leading off the inning. After two great plays, Cody Ross walked. You know, the strange thing about all this defense is I think going into the season, the Nationals were more concerned about their outfield defense than they were their interior defense. It's turned out just the other way around. Adam Dunn, one error. Everybody else out there has been pretty flawless. And the other 12 errors have come from the infield. He buries the breaking ball, and that wild pitch will move the runners up.
Daniel Cabrera throwing his breaking ball in the dirt. Gets away from Jesus Flores as the runners move up. First to second, now second and third.
You don't have to throw a Meziga a strike now because the pitcher's on deck. So don't throw one down the middle and let this guy knock in a couple of runs. I remember a ball game on the first homestand last year when Tim Redding was pitching, and this exact thing happened on a 3-2 pitch. He threw a Meziga a strike. He drove in 2 runs. This time he forces him to hit his pitch, and Gonzalez throws him out. How about the defense to keep the Marlins off the board? First it was Adam Dunn's turn on a drive by Ugla. Then Hermida scorched one to center. Elijah had the answer.
Of the 4th inning, couple of Maryland men to talk to you about. Bench coach Jim Riggleman graduated from Richard Montgomery High School back in 1970. Now only about 10 miles down the road, and 31 years later in 2001, Justin Maxwell graduated from Sherwood. Now Justin tells me when he was playing there, Sherwood always beat Richard Montgomery. His Warriors prevailed. And of course Jim Riggleman said back when he played, Sherwood was too small to even play his school. Guys.
Yeah, little smack talk there from the guys in the Maryland side. Justin would go on to hit .299 in his nearly 2 years at the University of Maryland. He had a lot of injuries there and wasn't real healthy last year. He fractured his right wrist last May. Did Justin. Only played 43 games at AA Harrisburg, and he was hitting .226 at Syracuse when the Nats called him up today to replace Roger Bernardino. Wait till you see Justin Maxwell play center field. Those schools in Olney and Rockville, respectively. Cabrera makes contact for the first time in his career. He had struck out 18 times with one sacrifice bunt, and that's taken care of by Ross FLO.
Well, a sac bunt is contact.
Yeah, that's true, but it's not official. All right, I'm stumped.
I have no idea on this.
You know, I'll throw Barry Bonds out there.
I say Ricky Henderson.
Ricky Henderson.
Yeah,
that's a tough one. Three others. Oh, Bobby
Eric
Bonds.
Davis.
Your old teammate Eric Davis.
Yeah.
Oh, we had 1 out of 3. Yeah, Bobby Bonds.
Bobby was a hell of a player.
He was one of the first guys to really lead off and be a power hitter. Struck out a lot.
What do you do, 30, 35 times? Ouch.
Mendez to Ugla. Anderson Hernandez is 0 for 3 today. And in the series, he's now 0 for his last 6. So the Nats table setters are not getting on base right now.
We used to call that pitch was from McCulloch. Like a chainsaw right on the inner half. Carved up that bat.
And the hitter. And here's Nick Johnson having a great series. 5 out of 11. And 7 for 15, batting second the last 4 games. Nick's the one guy at the top of the order who just keeps on humming.
I would have to believe Nick's kind of locked in right now. He's seen the ball real well. Hitting it where it's pitched. Give it to him outside. He's going to whack it to left for a knock.
And, you know, the power will come. The doubles and the home runs will come. But we have to remember Nick Johnson's had 109 at bats for 2 years.
Yeah, 38 games last year. We need Nick to be in there 138 this year.
Good breaking ball. Volstad 68 pitches coming into this inning.
This is the Volstad hook. Look at that, 12-6.
That's filthy.
Right in there. It's very nice.
Change up. Good ID by Nick.
Circle change going away from old Nicholas Nickleby.
Zimmerman next. He's 1 for 2.
He wants a piece of Volstad.
The 2 through 6 hitters have all the hits today.
And you see the patience of a Nick Johnson too. He just saw all 3 of Volstad's pitches there in succession.
Good at bat.
Well,
Nick keeps getting on base, adding to that on base percentage. And that'll get Zimmerman to the plate here with 2 outs in the 4th. And that's Volstad's 4th walk. The problem is he's walked 3 men up to this point and none of them scored.
Yeah.
The Nationals have not cashed in their opportunities.
and he's up to 80 pitches. He's averaging 20 an inning, and we have not put him away and sent him to the showers.
Ryan with a base hit the other way, a run scored, and then called out on a borderline pitch last time. I'm not sure I remember Ryan starting a season this well. Hitting .325 over his now 9-game hitting streak. And he's hit safely in 10 of his 11 games this year.
Once again, Chris Volstad rarely locating that curveball in the strike zone. You have to be looking fastball changeup right here. Something to drive into the gap for a possible run.
A good base running again by Nick Johnson.
Very nice, Nick.
Nick went first to third on a bloop hit, a line drive that blooped in front of an outfielder first inning. Zimmerman back in the first did what Nick just did here.
Well, a good base runner's ready for this right there as the ball is beating up the catcher John Baker. He's trying to pick it up. Nick Johnson's on his way to second base.
Those little hops, what we call the secondary lead.
Well, now he's in position with 2 outs. Base hit, scores. Little fundamentals will win you games. Adam Dunn on deck.
2-2 the count to Ryan Zimmerman. He's had RBIs in 6 of his last 7 games. That's respectable on 2-2. Last year Zimmerman had 428 at bats. He had been averaging 600 at bats in his career. That's hard hit. Well played by Bonifacio. Gets up and throws right on target. Emilio Bonifacio with a very good play to keep the Nats from making this a 3-1 game.
He's so good.
And
Teddy was trying today.
yeah, Abe left in Teddy's wake today, but George was too much.
George is motoring for about a 250-year-old guy.
That might be the best campaign Teddy's run since the early part of the 20th century. Top of the 5th inning, Chris Volstad, the hitter, and he has scored the Marlins' only run today. So no more fastballs BP style down the middle for him. That was his 4th career hit. Chris Volstad, born and raised in Palm Beach Gardens, Florida, just north of West Palm. Palm Beach Gardens High School in '05. Typical high school senior star, 98 strikeouts in 69 innings. In the air to right, everybody plays shallow over there. Anderson Hernandez goes out and grabs it for the first down. I guess that's a big out based on what he did last time.
He started a whole rally.
So now top of the order, Emilio Bonifacio. And when the Marlins came to town, he was 0 for his last 10 with 7 strikeouts. In this series, he's 0 for 7. So Emilio has come down to earth very quickly, and his batting average is at .333.
Don't wake this guy up.
And again, the crazy thing about this series is that Hanley Ramirez and Dan Uggla are 2 for 25. And the Marlins have won the first 2 games. Those are 2 guys who usually do a lot of the damage against our ball club. Cantu usually in on that.
You said it best, though, earlier. We were 2 outs away from 2 wins. Just keep playing like that. They're going to start coming.
Well, that's what Austin Kearns said to me today. He said, if you take away the game that Josh Johnson pitched against the Nats in Florida, Washington has been in a position in the other 9 games it's played to challenge and possibly win. And it just goes to show what a small difference there is in this game between winning and losing. You know, over the course of a season, if you win 4 of every 7 games, you win the championship in your division. If you win 3 of every 7, you're in last place.
You want to try to win 3 out of 4 at home and 500 on the road. You got a shot to go to the playoffs. But being in all these games, I mean, you can't say we're not a bad 1-9 team, because this is a team that's been in almost every game.
On a 3-2 pitch, ground ball, right side Hernandez. And Cabrera, after 2 walks and 2 hard hit balls last inning, now battles back to get the first 2 batters here. And we hope wherever you are on this Sunday afternoon at 3 p.m. Eastern, we hope you're having a great time with family, friends. Maybe you're curled up on the couch with a good book, with a little baseball in the background.
A good Bob Carpenter scorebook.
I noticed that Mrs. Dibble is taking her tutorial very seriously today and doing a good job scoring her first big league game.
Yes, of course, she's keeping a good book, and I can't keep score.
And by the way, I've had emails from a couple of fans who have stopped by the team store to buy scorebooks and they weren't there. I have been promised that the books that are in the stadium will be in the team stores so you can purchase them. So we appreciate your stopping by.
Now, did you give my wife a discount on the book, or did you full price her like you did me?
No, she got a freebie.
Oh.
She winked, and that's all it took. Baker 1 for 2, and it's 0-2 now. It's on a play to the left side. But I do believe that a penmanship course from wife to husband might be in order here.
Yes, he's a former 5th grade teacher, and I still write like I'm in the 1st grade.
There's the 0-2 again. Cabrera suddenly finding his command, trying to get through the 5 innings or so on about 83 to 85 pitches.
Don't wake him up. This is Daniel Cabrera right there. Last pitch just misses on the breaking ball. 0-2.
You know, a lot of times when he gets ahead in the count, he'll try to throw that fastball through the backstop. He's walked 3 today, but none of them have scored. So we've had 7 batters walked in this game. None of them have found home plate. Fly ball left center. Elijah Dukes has it in his sights. And a 1-2-3 for the first time today. Cleanup man Adam Dunn coming up. Dukes and Kearns to follow. Daniel Cabrera, only 2 hits so far. we kind of know what everybody's thinking. Okay, the game looks good right now, but what about the ninth inning? A game like this is a reminder, Rob, you have to have a short memory when it comes to baseball.
Absolutely. Joel Hanrahan has had a couple of blown saves, and he may not even be available today, but we have to put that behind us. Come out today. If it's a 2-1 game in the ninth inning, you've got to get that final out. Very important. Daniel Cabrera throwing a great game today. That's the most important thing for me right now, is we've had 4 great starts out of our starting rotation. As long as they keep throwing strikes, we're going to do all right.
Yeah, with Hanrahan and Beimel both working the last 3 days consecutively, it'll be interesting to see who might be the candidates to close this game. Adam Dunn leads off, bottom of the 5th. I mean, Joel's out there, and I'm sure Joe Beimel's out there, but there are days when you're out there, but you're not going to get in there.
I think if either one of those guys, Bob, are asked to pitch a batter, they could have a batter.
Oh, I'm sure they would if they were asked to. Adam Dunn, a walk and a base hit today. His on-base average continues to be over 500. Freddie Lewis of San Francisco, the leading on-base guy in the league right now. Guzman's still on that list, although his at-bats will fall under the minimum for some of these categories. Christian still leads the league in hitting at .515. And for Guzman, that's also his on-base average. Needless to say, Christian doesn't walk a lot, nor should he. Adam Dunn is aboard for the 3rd time today.
He sure walks a lot.
And that's 5 walks for Chris Volstad. Become a citizen of Natstown and go after that mini plan. 4 to choose from. They start as low as $80 per seat. Your choice. Get one of 2 9-game plans and pay for just 8. Pay for 11 and get 12 games. Or pay for 12 and get 13 Sunday games. 202-675-NATS or Nationals.com. Don't forget about T-Shirt Tuesday night coming up, our first of the year. 3 different sizes of shirts available when you get your red on Tuesday night: medium, large, and XL. Elijah Dukes has been on base twice. So has Kearns. Something brewing for the Nats here in the bottom of the 5th. A good take, but it was a called strike anyway.
Well, this is a breaking ball down and away from Elijah Dukes, and he just lets it go. Umpire says it caught the corner.
0-2 now. Protection of the plate needed. Short lead by Adam over at first base.
Hayden Penn getting hot.
Boy, their pen has been good, hasn't it?
Yes, it has.
Josh Johnson, when I talked to him this morning, was pretty proud of the fact that after that slow start, he got his team into the 7th inning yesterday. Dukes is gone. That's a swing, and that's the first out. Volstad is all over the place today at times, but again, just like yesterday, the Nationals had 1 hit after the 2nd inning, and today they have 1 hit after the 1st inning. Here's Kearns. Austin, a base hit. So he's showing signs of life at the plate. He got that batting average off the interstate. He's now hitting .207. And another hitter well ahead in the count, 2-0.
This may be the last inning for Chris Volstad. He's up at 97 pitches, only 55 for strikes.
And Rob, we mentioned it took him 92 to pitch 5 innings against the Nationals in Florida 11 days ago. Great swing by Kearns, right center. Adam Dunn's thinking about third base. He's going over there, and the throw is cut off. First and third, 1 out. And how about Adam Dunn, Nick Johnson, and Ryan Zimmerman, the way they're running the bases today?
This is the swing by Austin Kearns. Fastball away. He drives it. You see the back just smash on the Exmo. Here's regular speed. Taking what he's given. And he gives it a ride out in center field. You see Adam Dunn hustling all the way to third. Great first and third action right there.
And that's Freddie Gonzalez going to the mound, not the pitching coach.
And that's it.
It looks like he's taking the ball from Chris Volstad, who will pitch only 4 1/3 and be almost to 100 pitches. The Nationals have to deal a blow to the Marlins right here. Danson's in the offing here, and Volstad has been pitching out of hot water all day, and he has made Rob some big pitches when needed.
Yeah, and we've let him off the hook a couple times. He's punched out Jesus Flores with the bases loaded and 1 out twice. Here we are in the 3rd inning. Volstad, here you see him getting Flores on a fastball down low. And we see 2 outs. Gonzalez hitting a smash. Bonifacio picking it. Volstad really getting lucky through 4 1/3 innings. 98 over 56, meaning 98 pitches, 56 for strikes, 12 first pitch strikes.
Hayden Penn, the pitcher. Maybe the good news is the bases aren't loaded. And Jesus Flores has already stranded 6 runners today. Just a fly ball. Just something that goes 250 feet or so. Maybe a little further to get Adam Dunn home from third. Jesus has now struck out 14 times in 30 at-bats. And that is not like him. It's even 1-1. Marlins looking for a ground ball. A ton of hitting room, about 85 feet of it on the right side of the infield. As Ugla cheats up the middle for the twin killing. Glode holding the runner. Did you ever have that move?
I never wasted my time on that move.
All right. I'm glad to hear that. Did you
really have to sell it. You have to sell you're trying to move to third, and Dunn's about a foot off the base. Hard to sell that.
Flores with a base hit. He needed that. The Nets needed that. And it's 3-1 Washington. Jesus with his second RBI of the year. Maniacta has an interesting decision coming up after Gonzalez, because Daniel Cabrera, an automatic out, is the on-deck hitter. He's not there yet. He's thrown 85 pitches in 5 innings, but nobody's working in the bullpen. So this is really important for Gonzalez with 1 out to get something done.
He may be also thinking Daniel Cabrera needs a confidence boost. Let him go as long as he can go in this game. Thinking long term. Great at bat right there by Jesus Flores.
What is Adam Dunn doing in the on-deck circle? Well, not for long. If that was a decoy, I don't know what was up with that. I guess Adam just needed some pine tar. I looked down, I'm like, wait a minute.
I'm going to tell you in a second what he was doing there.
Okay, Gonzalez, can they get there? And a sliding catch by Jeremy Hermida will get there for the second out.
All right, Daniel Cabrera was not out on deck, so Adam Dunn recognizing that's a team guy. Austin Kearns is at second. You need someone, if he comes around to score, to tell him to either stay up or get down and slide. And since Cabrera wasn't out there to do the job, Adam Dunn took his place.
I like the role that Adam Dunn is starting to embrace on this team.
Someone's got to do it. Someone's got to take the bull by the horns. Come on, Daniel, hit one back up the middle. Help yourself.
Well, they made contact last time, hit it to first base. They say it's always darkest before the dawn. I'd say 18 straight strikeouts is pretty dark.
That's a tough go around. 18 at bats, 18 strikeouts.
I mean, Sandy Koufax was better than that. Sandy considered himself the worst hitter ever. The funny thing about that was Sandy Koufax was a great tennis player. And you'd think he had some hand-eye coordination going there.
Well, you never know how bad that elbow was hurt.
That's true.
Probably.
I'm sure there are some times. I know you had times when you were told because of your physical being, don't even swing the bat. I bet Chris Carpenter wishes he hadn't swung the bat recently.
Good point. Hurt his oblique. Now he's out 4 to 8 weeks with the St. Louis Cardinals.
That's unbelievable.
Chen-Ming Wong broke his foot running the bases in interleague play last year, was done for the year. And he was the one who got pounded yesterday. 14 runs in 1 inning.
Look at this. He's gone 3-0 on Cabrera. And I wouldn't be surprised if the take sign goes for 3 pitches here.
And that's a big strike zone, too, to be missing.
Oh, this would be a horrible mistake by Hayden Penn. Can you believe it? Daniel Cabrera will shake hands with a first base coach for the first time in his career.
He was afraid of him. Well, the first 3 weren't even close, so the umpire says, I've read your dossier. 0 for 18 with 18 punch outs. Go ahead, young man, take your base.
Cabrera looked at Marquise Grissom and said, what's your job?
He waved to the dugout.
Top of the order, Anderson Hernandez could make this hurt badly. Ball 5.
Or Hayden Penn can make it hurt Hayden Penn tomorrow.
Yeah. Marquise Grissom was not expecting to see Daniel Cabrera next to him today.
And I'm sure he hasn't done a lot of base running drills either.
Borderline strike at the knees. Jeff Kellogg gives a struggling pitcher a borderline call. Let's see how close it was.
This is an absolute gift right here. This is below the knees.
Oh, that's horrible.
Come on.
How can you give him that call when he hasn't thrown a strike? That's enough to take a bat away from a guy.
Yep, and then he swung at ball 3.
That's not like Jeff Kellogg, who's been in this game a long time. Hearns, Flores, Cabrera.
They got it up there on base for the first time in career.
I don't think he's thrown a strike yet.
No. That was ball 8.
Nationals lead 3-1. Looking for that breakthrough hit to open up this game. Hernandez is the kind of guy who can get 2 strikes. He's a lot like Alberto Gonzalez. On the other side of the plate, spoil some pitches, foul them off, and force the pitcher into some mistakes. He hits one up the gap. You might have 3 guys breathing down each other's necks here. He still hasn't thrown one in the strike zone.
I would just like to see Anderson Hernandez hit one over the outfielder's head and have to try to get it in the Parker and catch Daniel Cabrera by home plate.
Well, he might have to jump on his back. 3-2, the runners will be going. And that was probably close enough to swing on 3-2. It was tailing up and away, but you can't walk back to the dugout or out to your position having not swung the bat here.
Yeah, when you're 1-9, you just gotta lay it on the line right now. Can't get any worse.
Pitch up, left field line, and it's foul. Just slicing at the end, and about 4 to 5 feet from being a 2-run double. Or maybe a single with Cabrera running, because he might have had to stop at second base. Manny Acton knows how important this juncture of the game is.
This is Daniel Cabrera, first time ever on base. It's like he's been there his whole life, wiggling the fingers. He looks like Ricky Henderson.
Maybe Devon White or Marquise Grissom have been working with him. In case you ever get here,
I think I was on base like 3 times in my career, so I know the feeling.
3-2 again. Well, that would have been ball 4. I'm not sure Anderson Hernandez swung at a strike during that at bat. Boy, the Nationals are really leaving men on base. That's 10. Well, that little guy has no idea that the Nats have stranded 10 today. Maybe they do. This copyrighted telecast presented by authority of the Washington Nationals may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the expressed written consent of the Washington Nationals. Top of the 6th. It's not going to be easy. 3-1, the Nats lead the Marlins. They've left the bases loaded 3 times. And now it's Hanley Ramirez, Ross Gload, and Dan Uggla. If Cabrera can get a quick 6th inning here, he might get 7 today. Hanley Ramirez 1 for 13 in this series. But thunder and lightning he has been. Look at the names he's up there with. Barry Bonds has done what we talked about earlier twice. Eric Davis. How about Bonds? 2 different 3-year periods. And Hanley Ramirez just hit one off the wall. Might be a single. Adam Dunn plays it well, but the throw's offline.
Well, right before Hanley Ramirez stroked that ball to left field, I was going to say, of their 14 home runs the Marlins have hit this year in 11 games, or excuse me, in 11 games, they've hit 11 home runs off of us in 5 games of their 14. So, 6 games, they have 3 home runs against other teams.
Yeah. And if you do not put away this team when you have the chance, they will come back and beat you. Ross Gload 0 for 1 with a walk. So that's Hanley Ramirez's 2nd hit in 14 at bats in this series.
Well, and if he starts losing it here too, I wonder how long Manny Actis stays with him, because he's just running the bases for the first time in his career.
The Oklahoma connection of Shell and Hinkle.
Now he's up around 90 pitches here, top of the 6th inning. All the pitchers in our rotation, it's critical that Daniel Cabrera come out of this game thinking this is a positive outing.
Having a good battle up at Citi Field today. Mike Cameron's hit a homer. In the 7th inning, Milwaukee leads the Mets 3-2. The Braves are still ahead at Pittsburgh 6-0 in the 7th. Martin Prado has hit his first of the year. And the Phillies picked up a couple of runs in the 6th. Chase Utley's hit his 4th homer. Adrian Gonzalez has his 5th for the Padres, who lead there 4-2. The Sunday night game is Cardinals-Cubs at Wrigley tonight. 2 balls, no strikes to Ross Gload. And Cabrera now nowhere near the strike zone. Well, the thing that hurts about Hernandez swinging at that pitch outside on 3-2 is that the locked-in Nick Johnson was next. There's no telling how big that bottom of the 5th could have been. Now you're trying to survive with a leadoff man at second base, top 6. And a 3-1 count to the cleanup man. Cabrera walks him.
Now, Daniel gave us 15 outs right now. You got to be thinking, okay, the bullpen's got to get us 12 more for a win.
A short-handed bullpen. Maybe the only thing that keeps him in the game? Nope, not anymore. I thought maybe Uggla, being a righty-righty matchup, Manny has gone as far as he feels he can. 4 walks. Not a single strikeout. Cabrera survives for 5. Low fares, no hidden fees. By Aflac. Ask about it at work. And by PNC Bank. PNC leading the way. It's a spring day in our nation's capital. Some treats in the seats and some drama on the field right now, and it's only the 6th inning. There's a long way to go today, and Stephen Shell will come in trying to get some outs here in the 6th. 2 on, nobody out. Stephen hasn't pitched in several days. We hope he's strong and hope he's sharp.
It's a tall order, but you need your entire team to contribute to wins.
I don't have Shell pitching since the 6th inning at Atlanta last Sunday when he gave up 2 runs in an inning and a third.
Well, he should be well rested and strong.
Hanley Ramirez at second after doubling. Ross Glode right behind him with the walk. And here's Dan Uggla. 1 for 12 in the series, robbed of an extra base hit last time by Adam Dunn. Shell's got the big curveball. First pitch fastball high.
I don't know. That looked like he offered it that.
Somebody should get a freeze frame of that. Uggla bunting. This guy's a free swinger. At times an all or nothing hitter. Listen. And Stevens' first curveball is well outside, 2-1.
Steven very productive last year, though, for the Nationals. Opponents hit 194 off of him. 39 games, 50 innings pitched.
Yeah, he and Mike Hinckley came from nowhere in the second half of the season. Shell got here first. And a 2-1 hit high in the air to left.
Got a guy there.
His name is Dunn. Out number 1. Adam flashing that arm.
He was almost quarterback for Texas. Come on.
That's right.
Not that bad of an athlete. He's a pretty good athlete out there.
I got some numbers for you on Adam Dunn when he was in high school. Pretty amazing.
He was supposed to be the Texas Longhorns quarterback.
He threw for 4,792 yards and 44 touchdowns. He had already accepted a football scholarship with UT, but then signed with Cincinnati and the Reds.
Could you imagine trying to sack that guy? I mean, goodness gracious. He's 6'6", 270, but he's a big boy.
New Caney High School in Texas. That's where the Friday night lights burn brightly down there. Here's Jeremy Hermida 0 for 1 with a walk and a laser to center that Dukes took care of. Shell missing low.
Well, we're trying to get 2 here. We're pitching Hermida away. I don't know how smart that is.
Breaking ball low. We did see Cabrera get some high cheese past this guy up and in earlier today. But we know what he does if it's down and in.
No, you don't want to throw it down in his wheelhouse. But if you're going to throw him away, play him away.
Time given.
Jeremy Hermida. He's got a wide open stance. Tries to pull the ball all the time.
Target is actually off the plate, and that's not good. The shortstop was in behind the runner. Stephen Shell never looked and threw the ball home. And now Alberto Gonzalez is staring in at his pitcher.
Well, and Alberto's got to recognize what the situation is here right now. You're not trying to pick the guy off second. Guy just came in. Nobody out, gotten out. You need to just stop trying to pick the guy off second and play your position.
3-0. Would he have the green light the way he's swinging? A 4-pitch walk and the bases are loaded. So after 4 walks by Cabrera, 1 by Shell, and a right-handers matchup here, Steven against Cody Ross.
Well, and I think Steven Shell's even saying to Jesus Flores, what's going on back there? You know, hey, we're working this guy away. He's trying to pick off the runner. I just came in. I haven't pitched in a week. What are we going to do? I mean, if you're going to put a play on, the pitcher's got to be the guy that gives you the little nod. He grabs his belt buckle. Okay, I got it. We're going to do something here. But other than that, it's Shell's job to get the hitter.
And Manny might want Alfredo Amezaga, who's next, batting right-handed. Bases loaded, 1 out. The Nats have had 2 of these today and haven't scored. Let's see what the Marlins do.
And Gonzalez, who has 4 errors in 2 days, needs to be worried about catching the ball and throwing it.
0 for a ground ball right at somebody on the infield. Ross hit into a 6-4-3 back in the second. Yeah, and I think the hitter tried to let that ball hit him and just missed. He was not interested at all in getting out of the way. Nats are lucky that ball didn't go an inch more inside. That's a good looking pitch, but it's ball 2.
Flores is set up outside the plate a little bit, and that ball just stays out a little too long. Bring it back just a hair.
He's got to make a good pitch here. Don't want to go to 3-1. And a breaking ball, fly to left. Hooking. And out of play, not missing a grand slam by much. Not a whole lot different than the ball Cody Ross hit for a home run Friday night. The wind's been blowing into the left field corner all day.
About the only ball this guy's hit has been this kind of pitch inside.
Oh, yeah.
Hit 1 for a home run the other night. Locate something away from this guy.
Shell gave up a grand slam in Florida. Now he needs an out. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ramirez double. Ross glowed. Walked. Jeremy Hermida walked. 1 out. 3-2 pitch coming. Nationals on top, 3-1. Base hit left field. Will they try to score 2? Adam Dunn will just hit the cutoff man. And now it's a 3-2 game. So you have one team that takes advantage of its opportunities and the other that's not. That's today's story.
Well, our bullpen has made the Marlins into world beaters by getting behind the hitters, throwing very hittable pitches, and Steven Shell, who hasn't had a lot of work in the last week, but that's no excuse when you miss location. And a guy like Cody Ross, not trying to do too much there with 2 strikes, just puts the ball into left field for an RBI. And one thing you can say about the Marlins, Bob, they're situationally very well trained. They hit the ball the other way well. Even yesterday, when Glode hit that ball in the left off of hand-to-hand, wasn't trying to pull the ball, wasn't trying to hit a home run, took a fastball away into left field for an RBI, and that set the stage for Hermida hitting the 2-run home run. There's see Ross Glode.
Base is still loaded. Still just 1 out. And here's Amezaga, who's really tough to double up. And now it's ball 1 again. A very quiet, nervous ballpark. another 2-0 count. Jorge Cantu for the pitcher, Penn, next. Those fielders have to feel like they've been out there for a half hour. Meziga helps out. That was a ball. He pops it up. Nick Johnson under it. No sun today. Easy play for Nick. 2 outs. Boy, Alfredo Meziga.
No, he swung at 2 balls that helped us right there. 2-0, bases loaded right there. You're facing a guy who's jamming himself up big time, and you swing at a 2-0 pitch, then you swing at the 2-1 pitch that's up in your eyes. Your manager's not going to be happy when you come back to the dugout.
Here's Jorge Cantu.
We'll take it.
Getting the day off, a .378 hitter, a couple of home runs, 8 RBIs. That at bat and this one could turn out to be defining moments of this game for the Nationals. They'll be further into the Florida bullpen now. That's a
backup slider.
Yeah, 79 miles an hour. Very late swing by Cantu.
You get underneath that, but sometimes that's your best pitch. High cheese. Well, this is set up by the breaking ball that he swung through, and now you get the high fastball. Looks like 95. Cantu can't lay off.
Yeah, this is a free swinging club. Do you have to even throw a strike here to get him out?
No, you don't.
Breaking ball. Nice. Got him looking. Cantu frozen in his stance, and somehow the Nationals are still ahead. Stephen Shaw finishes off the inning beautifully.
Move to the bottom of the 6th inning. Now, don't forget the Potomac Nationals invite you to join the party this summer and come see where it all started for John Lannon and the rest of the future stars of your Washington Nationals at Fitzner Stadium, only 30 minutes away. Now, all season long, you can take advantage of Uncle Sam's stimulus package with nightly ticket and food specials, exciting promotions, and great giveaways. As always, tickets start at just $8. For more information, visit PotomacNationals.com or call 703 590-2311. Nationals today, Nationals tomorrow.
Baseball, real close. Thanks, Debbie. Reniel Pinto's been busy for the Marlins. This will be his 6th appearance. So Hayden Penn did give up an RBI single. So did Steven Shell. But both of those guys did good jobs of averting further trouble. Nick Johnson launches one to right center field, but he didn't get it. Sure looked good off the bat. And a loud first out here in the bottom of the 6th. Must have gotten an inch or two down off of that sweet spot.
Well, Pinto throws in the 90, left-handed right here. He throws a running two-seamer, and Nick Johnson just misses it. He got it pretty good. It's not an easy one on a running fastball from a lefty on lefty.
I guess it was a strike.
He said it was.
And that 1-0 call on the Anderson Hernandez at bat by Jeff Kellogg ruined that inning back in the 5th.
That cuts your dander up.
Yeah, I know you have to have a short memory, but it's hard to forget.
No, because then it leads to a bad swing on the next ball that was outside. It puts the hitter on the defensive.
Off to the right side, a ball and 2 strikes. Monday, the Braves are coming on MASN HD. Jordan Zimmerman will make his hugely anticipated Major League debut against Derek Lowe. Derek Lowe's 1-0, 2.81. But the Nats handled him pretty well in Atlanta. He did not exactly dominate our ball club. Pinto misses off the plate inside. And the probables have gone rolling by. 4 hits and 3+. Derek Lowe, of course, had to leave because of the rain delay against Chiron Martis on that Friday night in Georgia. 3-2 now to Ryan. It's now 10-0 Atlanta at Pittsburgh. That's where the Marlins are headed after this game. And they're expecting very cold and wet weather up there. And Pinto, after being ahead of Zimmerman, loses him. It's a walk fest here today. That's 7 Nationals that have walked. And the Marlins have been walked 5 times. Only one batter who walked today has scored a run. That was Adam Dunn last inning. Led off with a walk, and he scored on the Flores RBI base hit. Phillies are battling back. They now trail the Padres just 4-3. Bottom of the 8th. 2 hours north of here. And the Mets still trail. They're batting in the bottom of the 8th. Brewers 3, New York 2. Adam Dunn, 2 walks around a base hit. What if the on-base average leader in the league gets anything? You know, they should give him like the first base bag mounted on a pedestal.
He gets a Laurel and Hardy handshake. Hey, thanks for coming. You did a great job. Got a nice on-base percentage.
I know that line. That's from Blazing Saddles. 1 ball to 1 strike. Elijah Dukes is next. He's been aboard twice. Kearns after him has been on 3 times. 1-1 from Pinto. And Adam Dunn tops it to the right side. Red Sox winning again. Trying to get back to 500 today. They lead Baltimore 2-0 in the 8th inning at Fenway. Trying to win their 4th straight to make it 6-6. Well, the Yankees are having a great day. They held Cleveland to 3 runs through 7. Leading 4-3 after yesterday's disaster. Well, the Blue Jays are getting some pitching. Ricky Romero teaming up today with B.J. Ryan on a 5-hit 1-0 shutout of Oakland up in Toronto. And the Blue Jays are the 2nd team in the major leagues to 10 wins. They're 10-4. 1-2 to Adam Dunn. He's hit right field, right over the shift. Zimmerman will stop at second. Adam Dunn having a day. 2 walks, 2 singles, on base all day long.
Well, this is the great hitting eye of Adam Dunn right here. There's strike 1 on the lower half outside. Ball 1 up and right down the middle high. Pitch on the inner half. Fastball. He recognizes the pitch rotation. Then he gets a fastball again. He knows what to do with that. Adam Dunn with 2 singles today and a couple of walks.
Adam Dunn is aboard. Elijah Dukes, a base hit for an RBI and a walk today. Nationals 8 hits. Still looking for that one big blast.
And to go back to what you were talking about with the Blue Jays, they led the American League in pitching last year. Then they lost A.J. Burnett to free agency. And Sean Markham and Justin McGowan are both done.
Yeah, they just hop on Roy Halladay's shoulders and he shows them how to do it, right?
Amazing. It reminds you of those Dodger teams with all the pitching the Blue Jays had.
Change up to Dukes. Every time I see Roy Halladay pitch, he reminds me of Jack Morris. Big horse. 7, 8, 9 innings.
Swing right here by Elijah Dukes on that changeup.
Pinto's a big kid. 6'4", 265. When he pulls the string on you, it's not easy. And he bounces one. John Baker keeps it close.
Yeah, he's no Pinto. He's more like a Lincoln.
Yeah. And I saw him in the clubhouse this morning. He is one huge kid. 26 years of age, from Miranda, Venezuela. Came with Mitre and Ricky Nolasco in the Juan Pierre deal from the Cubs back in December of 05. There's Kiko. Good eye by Elijah Dukes, and the count's back even 2-2.
Elijah has to recognize they're trying to throw changeups and breaking balls away from him and take it to right.
Austin Kearns having a big day. Hanging tough, another changeup. And Elijah stayed back well that time. He had what an old buddy of mine, the late Bill Robinson, would have called slow feet and fast hands on that swing. You got fast feet, you'll strike out.
Keep those hands back, look fastball, adjust to the break ball changeup.
Yeah. And he goes with the heater and misses up and away, 3-2.
And anybody that we have on this team, Elijah, I think, is the strongest. So he can get away with keeping the hands back and still drive the ball deep into the ballpark. See those huge forearms. All about the forearms and the wrists. Bat head through the hitting zone.
2 aboard, 1 out here in the 6th. Nationals lead 3-2. Now the umpire had given time Batter didn't step out. We saw the signal. We could hear him through our field mic, and time was given to him.
Well, Elijah Dukes doesn't like how long Pinto's taking right here. He's asking for time, but he does the correct thing. Don't step out until you get time by the umpire.
And I think Zimmerman was running with the pitch. 3-2. He's going again. Duke strikes out. The throw's to second. And Adam Dunn is out. I'm telling you, the Nationals are wasting many opportunities. 11 stranded now on that double play. Where this game going to be. Here's our game summary. Adam Dunn's been all over the bases today. 2 hits, 2 walks, a run. Hanley Ramirez finally did something in this series, and he rang a double off the left field wall. And Austin Kearns has had a good day with 2 singles and RBI around the walk. I told you, wait till you see this kid play center field. Justin Maxwell is out there. Wrist injury last year ruined his season. It's a double switch. He'll be batting 9th. And Elijah Dukes is out of the game, so the Nats pitcher is batting in the 5 spot. As we go to the 7th, left-hander Mike Hinckley will take over. Hinckley, another Nationals reliever who appeared on the scene last year. Second half, did an amazing job. Didn't give up an earned run after battling injuries on a long road back. He gets to face a right-hander here as Bonifacio swings around. Lefty Baker, righty Ramirez to follow.
Pitchers have made the adjustment to Bonifacio since the first series. Somebody picked up what his weakness is, and we're trying to exploit it. So far, we've done a great job. What did he do against us in the first series?
Yeah. Bonifacio, you're going to make me go back and read this litany again, aren't you?
You have a perfect scorebook.
Bonifacio in the first series, 8 for 14, a homer, 4 RBIs, 4 stolen bases. He hasn't stolen one since, by the way. And he scored 6 runs.
Okay, what's he this series?
0 for 8. It's a cruel game, Rob. Just cruel. That'll be easy for Kearns.
0 for 9.
And by the way, he's 0 for 19 lately.
Well, as I said back in Florida, no one can hit 500 for the season, or 600 or 700. And once it got out there what his weakness is, I think that's the book on Mr. Bonifacio. We've been pounding him away. especially when he's hitting right-handed. He has trouble that way.
4 p.m. in our nation's capital. 3-2 ball game. A crazy game with a lot of walks for the most part. Well played, with the exception of a throw here and there. But anytime you're playing these Marlins with their recent mastery over the Nationals. And by the way, I'm going to explain why having Justin Maxwell is good karma for the Nationals today. Because he hit a grand slam against the Marlins in Florida on 9/11/07. It was after that game that the Marlins started their mastery of the Nats. So maybe with him back, something will go right here. We're reaching for whatever we can find here, Rob.
I like it.
But that, you know, that's the graphic we had yesterday. Since 9/11/07, it's been all Marlins, 21 out of 24. That's the day on which he hit his first major league homer, a grand slam. 1-2 to Baker. Nick Johnson has it. He can go to the bag himself. And 2 quick outs by Mike Kinkley.
Well, I truly believe the final 9 outs of any ball game are the toughest to get. And right now, we have 2 of those 9. We have 7 to get. Last 4 starts by our rotation have been excellent. It's time for the bullpen to get it done.
Hanley Ramirez steps in. 2 for 14 in this series. But he almost hit a rocket out of here last time. It banged up against the padding in left field. Hinckley goes low and away on him. Mike Hinckley could go a long way toward endearing himself even more to his manager by retiring a couple of right-handed batters here.
Well, there's some spots open in our bullpen.
Nothing like a law student with a baseball. That's a great breaking ball. A front door breaking ball to a right-handed batter right on the inside corner.
Well, he's got Hanley Ramirez looking for a fastball away, and he drops a huge rainbow curveball in there. Freezes him. Hanley Ramirez couldn't pull the trigger.
Upstairs, Flores wants a fastball up, and he got one way up. Do you like it when the catcher makes it that obvious that they want the ball up?
He could wait maybe a little longer because he may be giving away location to Hanley Ramirez, but I agree. I don't like it. I don't like you to give the target too early.
Closer, but 3-2. Ramirez reaching on an error. A ground ball to short. He's hit the ball hard his last 2 times. And then the double off the wall. 3-2 pitch.
Hitters don't so much need to know what's coming. They want location. They want in or out. And, you know, even with a guy on second, you know, you don't want to set up too early as a catcher. And I think right now, you know, when they do the little preparation or looking down at the plate, they're not getting prepared to hit. They're trying to figure out where the catcher's going to set up.
Hinckley with a curveball low, and Ramirez walks with 2 outs.
He didn't even know what the count was. He was still standing there.
I know, that's
on ball 4.
Hard to believe.
Lost right now.
7th inning of a ball game, and Hanley Ramirez didn't know it was ball 4. So that's 6 walks issued by the Nats today. The Marlins have issued 7. And of those 13, 1 has scored. Ross Gload has walked twice.
Most good catchers recognize guys that are trying to take a little peek their peripheral vision where they're trying to set up on a pitch.
Hanley Ramirez, by the way, has stolen 86 bases the last 2 years. He's 1 for 2 this year. And Hinckley gets the outside corner with that breaking ball.
Jesus Flores. Watch him look towards first base to see what kind of lead Ramirez is getting. See him peek over to first.
So in 3 full years, Hanley Ramirez has stolen 137 bases. Now the count may dictate not running as Hinckley gets glowed 0-2.
Well, with 2 outs, if you're Mike Hinckley, you want to get the hitter right here. You got to kind of, if Ramirez takes off on first movement, let him go, make a good pitch.
Right after him, inner half with a fastball.
And Mike's pretty good getting the ball to home plate. He's about a 1-1, below a 1-1, which gives Jesus Flores some time to throw out a base runner. You don't want to be anything later than 1-2 to home plate. Start getting 1-5, 2 seconds to home plate, they can almost walk to second base.
And a breaking ball had him reaching. Hernandez has it on a close play. The Marlins are gone in the 7th. A bit of a frustrating day for the Marlins as well. While the Nationals have stranded 11, they have left 8. And in the bottom of the 7th, it'll be Kearns, Flores, and Gonzalez. 6, 7, and 8. And on Sundays at home, God bless America. And today, Jared Arasamina on the sax.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we honor our country with the performance of God Bless America. Once again, internationally known saxophonist, Jared.
Hopefully about 2 innings from now, A hard-fought game, 3-2. Lots of walks, a lot of pitches by everybody. But the Nationals relievers, and that was a good inning by Mike Hinckley, at least getting it done so far.
Yeah, that was a great inning by actually and Steven Shell getting us out of the inning before, and then Mike Hinckley right there. It's up to the bullpen today, and it's that kind of game. It might be a win-ugly game for us. Very important. We may not have Hanrahan. I don't think we have Joe Beimel. So the rest of the bullpen's going to have to kind of bow their necks, get this win, and we can move on to the Braves tomorrow.
And the big guys in the middle of the lineup have been getting on base quite a bit. Austin Kearns will lead off, and Kiko Calero will make his third appearance against the Nationals this season. He's been pretty good so far. You know, everybody talks about the Marlins being nothing but mashers. Oh. They have good starting pitching for the most part, but their bullpen may not get the credit it deserves.
And trust me, Kiko Calero, who I said this yesterday, tore his rotator cuff last year, did not have surgery, rehabbed for 60 days, and came back, and now he finds himself a part of one of the best bullpens in baseball. What was it? Nunez and Lindstrom were not available in yesterday's game. So that's why he finished with those 2 innings.
Got the win. Kearns on a good eye. 0-2 pitch, breaking ball way out there. Jesus Flores next, bottom of the 7th. Kearns 2 for 2 with a walk today. And Austin hits one high in the air to right center. It's coming back to Cody Ross for the first out. $16,974 here today. It's been cloudy all day, but quite comfortable, 73 degrees at game time. Jesus Flores 1 for 3. Let's hope that base hit last time with the bases loaded gets him going. And actually, it was first and third. He launches this one high in the air to left center. Jeremy Hermida waiting. 2 quick outs for Kiko Calero here in the 7th. And face Alberto Gonzalez. Alberto today 0 for 3. 3 for 13 in the series with a run scored, 1 RBI.
Your guy Justin Maxwell's on deck.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing J-Max. He made it to the major leagues for 15 games 2 years ago. That grand slam, by the way, was a pinch hit. Everything in the air right now. And that will be taken care of by Cody Ross. Top of the 8th coming up. The Nationals bullpen will battle on. Derek Lowe, 127 wins, 85 saves. And he will take on the Nats in game 1 of the series. Jordan Zimmerman's 22. That is not him stretching. He will make his major league debut. Johnny and Ray will be here at 6:30. We will get you going then with Nats Extra. And hopefully Washington will be able to grab one from the Atlanta Braves tomorrow and then on to the rest of that series. Braves are leading 11-0 in the bottom of the 9th at Pittsburgh today. Mike Hinckley earns the right to stay in the game. Ugla, Hermida, and Ross, righty, lefty, righty here in the 8th. And that one slams off the limestone and comes right back. I don't think you get to keep that ball after it hits that stuff. Two 2-0. One-run game. Every batter crucial here. And Hinckley gets a borderline strike. Ugla doesn't like the call. And Ugla 1 for 13 this week. Right around the corner, but it never nipped it. 3-1. Another one and a leadoff walk. And the walks just keep on coming today. Somebody on one of these teams is going to pay for these walks. 7 by the Marlins, 7 by the Nationals. And Jeremy Hermida walked his last time against Stephen Shell. Wind's starting to really whip around the ballpark now. It's kind of blowing in from right field now. Bouncing ball. Nick's got it. Second for 1. Return throw. And a 3-6-3. The key to that play, Nick Johnson gloved it and got rid of that first throw in a hurry.
Well, yesterday, Will Ledesma made a fatal mistake as a left-hander. He hung a curveball on the inner half to Hermida. We worked him away right there. He tried to pull it. He pulls it on the ground to Nick Johnson. Nick Johnson over to short. Back to first. Double play. Beautiful.
And a big first and second out combination here in the 8th. And here's Cody Ross, who singled for an RBI his last time up. Target up and in. Fastball up and away.
And everything is off of Nick Johnson's throw on the inner part of the bag. A lot of times first baseman will hit the base runner right in the back or somewhere in the back area, and it just could be disastrous.
And this will be disastrous. The game is tied. Cody Ross, a dead pull hitter, and he's hurt the Nationals with his second late inning game-tying homer of this series. I think he's hit all 3 of his homers against the Nats now.
Well, that ball's right on the inner half, same spot as Joel Hanrahan's hanging breaking ball the other day.
That was a no-doubter.
Well, if you hit Cody Ross's bat, it'll leave the ballpark. Because I don't think he has a hit other than the home runs he's hit in this series. Even if he does, just cannot get that guy out. Trying to pitch him in there.
Marlins have hit 15 homers now in the year. The Nationals have hit 11.
Yeah, but the Marlins have hit 12 against us.
The Nats have hit 11 and given up 17. 2/3 of those to this Florida bunch. Alfredo Amezago 0 for 3. Well, at least this isn't the 9th inning. Time to regroup. This is what 11 stranded runners will do to you as well. Had the Nationals been more opportunistic, and that's Leo Nunez, they could have a sizable lead in this game, where solo homers don't make much of a difference. The double play looms large now, right before that home run. Hinckley got a piece of it, slows it up for Gonzalez, and a base hit for Amezaga.
I think he hit his hand too.
Randy St. Clair, Manny Acta, and Lee Koontz on their way to see Mike Hinckley.
Well, Mike Hinckley throws a fastball here, actually big breaking ball right back up the middle, and he tries to stop it, and he gets his pitching hand in there. And that's what they're looking at right now. Here you see it. Break the ball, too much of the plate, and right back in his hand. Very instinctive to react that way to try to knock the ball down.
Looks like Mike might throw a few.
One more look here. You see Amezaga, curveball, line drive back up the middle. You see Mike Hinckley's left hand getting away there, trying to knock the ball down.
First warm-up toss didn't go very well. That fastball looked okay.
It'll make your hand numb. I've caught a few myself. It's not the smartest thing a pitcher can do, being about 50 feet from the hitter when he swings.
This will be the fourth one he throws. He throws a breaking ball on that one.
Well, we have nobody warming up in our bullpen.
So he's thrown 5 pitches and told them he's okay.
Our disabled list getting kind of crowded. It's like a mash unit in there every day now. What, 7 guys on the DL?
Had no idea that it would be anywhere near what we saw last year. Wes Helms will be the pinch hitter. He was 0 for 2 after pinch hitting in the 9th inning yesterday. Wes Helms started the game at third base on Friday and went 1 for 3. Hinckley gets a strike, so the lead runs aboard in a 3-3 ball game here, top of the 8th. Amezaga running threat at first. He's holding. A pitch upstairs. 1 ball, 1 strike. Milwaukee won their game at New York, beating the Mets 4-2. The Phillies came from behind to beat San Diego 5-4. That's on the inside corner. Raul Ibanez and Jimmy Rollins hit home runs late. Looks like they might have gone 2 homers bottom of the 9th to win that game. Right here, the Nats are trying to keep this thing tied. It's 1-2 to Helms. Fastball just up. Looked like Jeff Kellogg was leaning a little, thinking about pulling out the bow and arrow.
Here's the pitch tracks. Well, it's not that high. Kellogg thought it was.
Helms to right. Kern stalking it. And it gets under him and through him. Around third, Amezaga. He's going to be out. He got him. Flores got him. And the inning is over. Jeff Kellogg did not make a call right away because the tag had been missed, and then Flores got him the second time around. And catchers have to be careful here. They don't start chasing the guy around who can step around him. He got him right there. To home plate.
Well, he tries to make a great play right here because everybody's trying to help this team win. It gets by him. Amenziga is not around third. Austin Kearns knows he's got to throw it all the way to home. He does. A perfect strike. And Jesus Flores has to chase him around a little bit to make the out. And he makes it right there.
But again, catchers have to be careful. They're big guys with gear on. A little guy like that could step around you. If a catcher just stands there at home plate, what's the runner going to do?
I can't agree with you more, but Austin Kearns.
But your first instinct is go after the guy and tag him. So Kearns misses the ball, recovers for an outfield assist, and somehow this game is still tied.
And give Austin a lot of credit for not quitting on that ball. Had he not hustled after it, they would have gotten the go-ahead run right there.
Yep.
It's time to get this kid.
Here's Justin Maxwell's first at bat in the big leagues in nearly 2 years. He gets under at first pitch swinging and hits it out to center. Alfredo Amenziga, one out.
He's waited a long time to get back out there in the saddle. Wood a little bit.
Big kid, 6'5", 235. Nationals 4th round draft choice back in 05.
I was watching him take batting practice today. The ball just jumps off of his bat. Reminds me a lot of Alex Rios from the Toronto Blue Jays.
Anderson Hernandez top of the order, and he's not getting on base at all now. 2 for 13 in the series. Alberto Gonzalez is 3 for 14. So the number 8 man and the number 1 man have not been on base at all lately. Leo Nunez, meanwhile, on the mound for the Marlins. 25-year-old right-hander who came over from Kansas City, and I know you've been very impressed with him, both before and after he got to Florida. 6th appearance now.
Well, he's got a lot of stuff working out there against the hitter. It's arms and legs and elbows, and then he throws a lot of off-speed stuff, and he could still crank it up in the mid-90s. I think he actually overworks himself, but he's still very effective.
If the Nationals were ahead, or if they go ahead, you'll probably see Julian Tavares pop up. That's at least what we thought from a closing standpoint. But with the ball game tied, Saul Rivera right now warming for the ninth. Hinckley's gone too, so he's done. And we hope Mike's hand's okay. But these little scat backs have to get on base to make the Nats more dangerous. Especially the way Nick Johnson's hitting.
Yeah, we need,
you know, poor Nick. He's hitting like crazy, but nobody's ever on base.
Anderson needs to get on base so we can do a little hit and run action. Get Zimmerman and Dunn up there.
These teams have combined to strand 20 runners today. Of 14 walks, 13 have been stranded.
Yeah, we'll take that.
That's as good as a hit. Nationals 1 on, 1 out. Nick Johnson coming up. Get your red on. The Braves are coming. And don't forget T-Shirt Tuesday. Be one of the first 10,000 fans through the ballpark on April 21st. There's a free Red Natstown T-shirt presented by Tickets.com. Waiting for you. American Idol's Elliot Yamin will sing the national anthem. 888-632-NATS or visit Nationals.com. 3 different sizes of T-shirts for everybody in the family. XL for mom, large for junior, and the mediums for mom and the little ones. You didn't think I was going to put mom in a large, did you? That's new sizing for the Nats on their T-shirts this year, thanks to your requests from last season. Nick Johnson 1 for 3, a base hit, a run, and a walk. Runner going. Base hit, right field. Perfect hit and run. First and third, 1 out. Rob mentioned get the little guy on, you can hit and run. And Nick Johnson is really executing in the number 2 spot. Rob, he is now 9 for 17 batting behind the leadoff man.
Well, some guys excel when you move him in the lineup. Nick Johnson is one of those men. Loves the 2-hole. Gets a pitch down and in with the runner moving. Everybody's moving on defense. There you see Anderson Hernandez. You can't teach speed. And he almost can walk into third base. First and third, 1 out. But that was made possible by the walk. And then being able to hit behind the runner by Nick Johnson.
All right, here we go. Bottom of the 8th. A chance to take command of the game back. Nunez misses inside to Zimmerman. You know what the Marlins are looking for. Ryan Zimmerman is one of those guys who hits the ball up the middle a lot. So he hits into a lot of double plays. He may try to get himself in more of a pull mode here or go the other way. He just wants to get something into the outfield. And there's a double play ball. Throw it away, and the Nationals have the lead on a throwing error by Dan Uggla. It's about time Washington gets a break like that. No RBI, E4, and Washington leads 4-3.
Here's a look at that last play. Ryan Zimmerman gets jammed, hits it right to the third baseman. Looks like a patented 5-4-3. But that bad throw, finally, the Nationals get a little bit of luck. See Dan Uggla. He made a big error down in Florida against us and almost helped us get a win down there.
Just for the sake of conversation, our guys in the truck are looking at that replay to see if Nick Johnson had something to do with that.
Oh, I'm sure he, like a quarterback hurry, he got a rush job on the second baseman.
They will walk Adam Dunn, so he'll be on base 5 times today. And the pitcher spot is coming up. And the Nats will bring in Alex Cintron.
Here's Nick Johnson. Gets down right there. So really, Dan Uggla had plenty of time, and he just threw it away.
Yeah, that's on the second baseman there.
How does that song go? If I didn't have bad luck, I'd have no luck at all.
Well, fortunately, we are all too familiar with that chorus.
All right, come on, Alex. Alex Cintron.
Alex Cintron had his first at bat yesterday since returning to the major leagues and was called out on strike.
And he has said publicly that he wants to prove the critics wrong. I think he doesn't have a lot of baseball left in him.
He's 30 years of age, switch hitting infielder from Puerto Rico. The Nationals called him up yesterday after Christian Guzman went on the DL with that left hamstring. And Alex was hitting the ball well. He was 9 of 18 in 5 games at AAA Syracuse.
Well, he would love a little flare over the shortstop's head here for 2 runs. Actually, for 1 run. Put in the gap for 2.
So a walk, a single, a fielder's choice, an error, an intentional walk, and now Cintron trying to put the Nats in a position with Saul Rivera still warming up to get some breathing room here. Cintron will hit the ball pretty well, but Alfredo Amezaga is there to grab it, and the Nats are gone in the 8th. A 1-run lead into the 9th. A lead into the 9th. Sound familiar? Well, really the 4th game in a row. And coming up, Nats Extra Post Game presented to you by Verizon Fios. Johnny Holiday, Ray Knight setting up. Ray will break down Daniel Cabrera's solid outing. Not great, not bad. He could be, well, he can't be the winning pitcher now because they tied the game, but he left with the lead. We'll bring you live sound, as we call it, from Manny Acta. Ray and Johnny getting ready for the post-game show. Let's hope they're talking about a Curly W. Top of the order for the Marlins, Saul Rivera has 4 career saves. 3 of those came 2 years ago. Ball 1 to Bonifacio, who's 0 for 4 today, and Emilio 0 for 9 in this series. Shows bunt, ball 2.
I would already have someone up in the bullpen.
2 years ago, Saul struck out 64 but walked 42. Last year, a little better, 65 over 35, but walks to leadoff hitters have been a bugaboo for him. This guy, Rob Dibble, would tell you cannot hit the ball out of the ballpark. Throw it over the plate. If he gets a hit, you tip your cap and move on.
Nope, now we're getting somebody up.
Steve, right one.
This guy is the last guy that wants to hit on their team. He would love to walk.
Throw it over. He might hit it right at somebody. That is inexcusable. Now you have a situation where you're worried about a bunt. You might have a guy stealing a base. And a left-handed batter in John Baker. Julian Tavares.
And he should have been up when Rivera went out on the mound. So he would be ready right now to come in.
It hasn't gone well for Saul so far this season. 5 appearances, 8.53 ERA, 6 runs, 12 hits in 6 1/3, 3 strikeouts, 2 walks. He's been more hittable than we've ever seen before, to the tune of 444.
Well, I'd take the hits at this point, but he comes in and he wasn't even close. He threw 1 strike, but he wasn't even close to the other 4.
And again, it's somebody you don't fear with a bat in their hands.
Yeah. That's the thing. It's not knowing the situation that's bugging me the most.
Baker goes up hacking.
And then this guy swings at the first pitch.
Yeah.
That's why managers get gray hair. You see Manny Acta.
Baker 1 for 4 with an RBI double today. Nationals 4, Marlins 3, top of the 9th. Bonifacio holding on the corner, strike 2.
Last pitch on the pitch track. Raul Rivera throwing a moving fastball for a strike 2. And that first pitch Baker swung at sometimes gives a pitcher a little confidence back.
Ball and 2 strikes with nobody out. Bonifacio has not stolen a base since he went 4 for 4 in the season opening series against the Nats. Outfield defense around to the left a bit.
We're in for the double play.
Runner goes. Swing and a miss. They got a foul tip. It looked like a clean miss. Flores dropped the ball, but it changed directions as it got in his mitt. So Bonifacio back, and it stays 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Well, this is the swing right here. They had their own little play on as Baker was trying to hit that to the left side with the shortstop over by second base. Kind of situation, you have to play defense first, whether the runner goes or not.
He's holding. That is trouble. Left center, and Bonifacio is going to score to tie the game. And the Marlins have the lead run at second base with nobody out. The Nationals cannot get these guys out in the 9th inning. 3 games in a row. When you walk a leadoff man who can't hit for power, you are asking for disaster. Maben will run for Baker, who took a great swing right there.
Well, Saul threw 3 fastballs away from Baker, and then he throws either a cutter or some kind of breaking ball over the middle of the plate. And Baker says, "Thank you very much for an RBI double." Cameron Maybin,
great speed. Yeah, maybe the fastest guy in their team. Now you're dealing with Hanley Ramirez, and there's nobody out. Grind and you battle for 8 innings. You have the lead all 3 games, and then this happens. And because you've had to throw so many pitches as a bullpen, certain guys aren't available on the 3rd day of something like this.
But really, when it's not Ugla or Ramirez, it's, you know, walking Bonifacio and giving up home runs to Cody Ross, and Fermita hits 2 home runs in the last 3 innings. That's what will kill you.
Yeah, it's the other guys on this Marlin team that have killed the Nats in this series. Cantu has done minimal damage.
Yeah, Cantu's not had a good series, so you just kill yourself not knowing the situation, though. Right there, you know 2 things are going to beat you: a double or a home run. So whatever you throw, it's got to be a strikeout type pitch or a ground ball type pitch.
Ramirez has hammered Saul Rivera in his career. You know, sometimes it's hard to get a read on your bullpen coming in from a season like last year, because 2 out of every 3 nights they were pitching while the Nats were behind. They weren't protecting leads that often. So how do you know how good your bullpen is? A lot of guys can pitch when they're down 8-4. That's a good breaking ball for a strikeout. Now there's some hope of getting out of this inning at least tied, as the runner remains at second base. And Hanley Ramirez in this series is 2 for 15.
There's the swing and the miss of a great breaking ball by Saul Rivera. Good comeback after that RBI double.
The Nationals appear to be ready to walk the left-hander load.
You
set up a double play.
Right. But you have to get the ground ball. You want to take a force at any base but home right here. Help yourself out of the jam.
Let's go, Ugla! Let's go! Let's finish this deal, Ugla! Let's finish this deal, Ugla! Let's go!
Dan Ugla, he in this series is 1 for 13. Wins in the last 2 years. The Marlins against the Nats. Overall, going back to September of 07, 21-3. Those are not ground ball pitches.
Those are the kind of pitches that leave the ballpark.
No double play this time, Armida! No double play! Let's get a hit!
Thanks.
That one got the outer half. And ball 1 strike. Is over but low.
Five for 9. A couple of RBI off of Saul Rivera. Mr. Ugla.
And things that catch up with you. In the 8th, Hernandez walked for the Nats, scored. In the 9th, Bonifacio walked for the Marlins, scored. Nats have given the Marlins gave the Nats 9 walks, and it's the same on the other side. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Ugla with Hermida next, and the Nats do not have a left-hander working. Rivera, when he's very good, can get out lefties. Can he get out this right-hander? Ball 3. Saul has always pitched to contact. That's a called strike 3 on the inside corner. And Saul Rivera, uncharacteristically, getting 2 strikeouts for his outs here. And here comes Jeremy Hermida.
Dan Ugla was taken all the way. He wanted no part of Rivera right there. He has not been swinging the bat well.
Now this is where you do not want a ground ball pitch down and in.
No.
Hermida today 0 for 2 with a pair of walks. Target away, backdoor breaking ball, misses low.
You want to make your pitch. If you make it away, it's a good situational guy. He may just try to tap it out into left field.
Two and one. Cody Ross next if it goes any farther. 2 balls and a strike to Hermida. 2 on, 2 out. Tie game. Ball 3. Dangerous count here. On a breaking ball up, it's popped up, but it won't stay in. Wind is coming in for the right field corner now. Anything hit over there is going to be pushed toward the seats. Now the Marlins get a head start with Maben very fast at first and Gloat at second. Gloat at first will get a head start. Nobody from the outfield could throw that guy out on a base hit. Hermida rips it way foul. He's tapping his bat. He probably hit that ball not far up from the trademark, and he thought he might have broken it.
Well, I think he was so surprised of that pitch location down and in on him that he didn't know what to do with it. Since he saw 2 of them yesterday that he hit out.
Little kid hanging on the rail, hoping for a 3rd out here. 3-2. Again, runners will be moving. Hermida flies to left. That ball being pushed way over by the wind, and Adam Dunn had no chance to get there. ball like that's got some slice to begin with off the bat of the left-hander. I bet we've experienced a 10 to 12 degree drop since the start of this game here. Breeze coming in, quite cool at the park now.
Little baby's got a snow hat on.
That's a rally cap for the bottom of the ninth. I don't know that I've ever seen Saul work this slowly. Bases loaded.
Let's go, Rose! Let's go!
3 walks in the inning. And Cody Ross now will have a chance to be the hero for the Marlins again. He's had a base hit and a solo homer today. He's 4 for 13 in the series with 2 homers and 3 batted in. Marlins have tied the game. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Up and in.
That wasn't a ball.
Well, what calls are you going to get when the inning's going like this?
I agree. I'll occasionally locate a ball around the strike zone to get some calls. Surprised Ross didn't try to swing at that hanging breaking ball.
He swings on 2-0, and this is going to clear the bases maybe. Hermida coming around, and the Marlins lead 7-4. It's another 9th inning bullpen disaster for the Nationals.